July 16th, 2024 Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting. Let the record show we do have 5 of the 6 supervisors here. We do have 1 supervisor that's out due to illness. So to my immediate right, I have Mr. Floyd Thomas from the Mattaponi District. To my immediate left, I have Mrs. Nancy Long from the Port Royal District. To her left is Mr. Jeff Seeley from the Bowling Green District. And to his left is Mr. Reggie Underwood from the Reedy Church District. At this time, if I could get everyone to stand for an invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Heavenly Father, as we meet before you tonight, we ask you to look down on us with your wisdom and with your strength. We ask that we heal this nation and bring the divide that we have as Americans, end the divide that we have as Americans. In your name we pray. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, it is now time for opening board comments. Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to again recognize the passing of my Planning Commission member, Mr. Purcell Minor, who passed last month. He had served on the board or the Planning Commission for 10 years and was previously on the Board of Zoning and Appeals. And I want to extend a thank you to the school system, Dr. Calveric and Chris Caldwell, for allowing the family to have the services there. And again, I ask for condolences and sympathy for the family, and I will try to make that appointment next month. I have been working with Mr. Parton and the Commissioner of Revenue about the assessor vehicles and being labeled a little bit better. They have just a nondescript sign that says county assessor, so we've asked the assessor to put some more signage there that says he's with Caroline, and also try to use Caroline Alert to at least let people know that he's in the area. We've got a Dominion Powerline expansion meeting on July 23rd at the Caroline County YMCA. That's from 5 to 7. I think Dominion is supposed to be here to make a presentation today. I don't see them yet, but they're supposed to be here. Oh, they're canceling? Okay, well, the 23rd, Tuesday at the Caroline County Y from 5 to 7, there is a Dominion Powerline expansion community meeting. And last but not least, the Corbin site on Route 2 that we turned down for a solar facility. I was riding by there every day last week, and it appears that they're clear cutting. So the point is that the solar companies don't always clear cut. Sometimes it's the landowner. So that's a case where we feared clear cutting, and it actually happened by the landowner. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Long.
Well, I want to say that I really enjoyed the 4th of July as usual in Port Royal, and invite everybody to come next year to enjoy it. Even though it was hot, we had a good turnout. It seemed like everyone had a good time. I also went to, and Mr. Seeley also, to the Soil and Water group and Conservation Committee meeting, or their annual party over at Mattaponi Barns. It was very nice, and I've got some pictures to show you later. And other than that, I hope everyone is being careful with the weather. Please be careful of your pets. They need shelter and shade too. Cold water is better than hot water when it's 110 degrees outside, so change their bowls if you have outdoor pets. And watch out for yourself and stay hydrated well. All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Seeley.
I will do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I received an email from Isabella Davis about the Gus House. And for those that don't know, the Gusses were a foundation family, African-American family in Caroline County. And a lot of history from Caroline stems from their beginnings there on Stonewall Jackson Road. And I understand that Historic Resources really has a difficult time recognizing local people who had an impact on a county. But I'd like to see us, if we'd like, added to the agenda to talk about a letter coming from the county and seeing if staff couldn't get our congresswoman, our state senator, our delegates to each participate in a letter individually to Historic Resources, so at least we can say we've pushed as hard as we can. But I do think, though the structure is not significant, the family and their contribution to the county is truly significant. And I think we should at least try to get some sort of representation. So I'll ask if we can add that under new business later on under agenda amendments.
Thank you.
Second, wait, I'm got a
Okay.
couple more,
Yeah,
Mr.
okay.
Black, sorry.
If you want to read it, you can. You want to read it? Neither one of those matter. Go for it.
Okay. We have had a number of planning and zoning issues over the last 6 or 7 months. And what's really disheartening is those of us on the board don't realize what's going to the Planning Commission. I would like to see us somehow be notified of what's going to Planning Commission before it just appears there. So as we get questions, because I got a letter today from somebody on Panola Road who's on the 207 side of the track saying that they're going to be impacted by a rezoning. And I have no idea what that impact or what that is. So I would like to see staff work out a method where the Board of Supervisors members get notification of actually what's taking place before it hits the Planning Commission. I know that those of us that if it's in our district, sometimes we're told ahead of times, sometimes it's during the Planning Commission process we're contacted, but we really need to know what's going on. This letter was handed to me today. I have no idea what this is about, and I haven't had a chance to read it. They actually emailed it to me. So if we could, I'll also add that, Mr. Chairman, as a discussion. I did attend with Mrs. Long the Soil and Water Conservation Annual Meeting. It was very informative. There are a number of programs that I don't think people recognize that farmers are involved in that actually have an impact on all different aspects of the county, including soil erosion, winter over of land, what can actually be put on the land during certain times of the year. And the other interesting thing that came out is they can actually get additional money from Soil and Water Conservation for adding additional buffers. So every time somebody says to us they're willing to add an additional buffer, it is actually something they get paid to do if they're aware of that. So again, it was an informative meeting. They had a number of different speakers at that, but it was very helpful from the perspective of what we need to be doing as an agricultural county with where we are and where we place in the state in agriculture. And last, I would just like to send heartfelt condolences to those that were injured and killed in Pennsylvania. All of us up here have had disagreements. We've had heated discussions. People in the audience have seen it. But we always leave of one accord. There's never any animosity. We come to the next meeting, we sit down, we talk, we call each other on the phone to talk about different issues. And most people don't realize that. It's not uncommon for me to talk to Mr. Underwood or Mr. Black or Mr. Thomas or Mrs. Long at home over issues or a concern. And I think that the bringing back of the community, Caroline has done a very good job citizenry-wise of not joining in, and I'm very proud of that. But I'm also proud of my fellow board members who we've had many disagreements, but we always come back to sit down to work on the next issue, like the last issue didn't happen. But I would like to send my condolences to those families. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Mr. Underwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just have two comments. First of all, I would like to again extend my public condolences to the Minor family for the loss of Purcell. Nice, well-spoken, great guy, very humble. Something that maybe I can learn a lesson every now and then. So just my condolences to the family. Second, the Low Massey Park is being used at astronomical numbers right now. Even though it's hot, the park is constantly full. And I'd just like to thank the board for really believing in the community and helping them to move that and make that a place where the community can truly be a community. And with that said, I'd also ask that, I know Joey's not here tonight, but the Low Massey Park sign looks awful, needs to be repainted, redone. So I don't know, maybe I'll get Mr. Sheeple to take a look at that, see if we can't make that look like the park, because it really looks horrible right now. And those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a few. Thank you, Mr. Underwood. I just have a few. First of all, I do want to thank once again, and it's really important. I thanked them at the last meeting, the broadband committee. Getting internet into a county as large as we are, into some of the rural locations is not an easy task. And it's something the county has been working on for a very long time. And we appointed a committee of citizens, and Mr. Thomas, I know Mr. Seeley, I think, is on it. And they have done a fantastic job. And with any project as large as this is and as much money as there's going to be some hiccups. But I will say that I know in my district, the Verizon, you have a western part of the project and an eastern part of the project. And the western part of the project is basically Verizon west of 95, and they're already being hooked up right now. So I have a lot of citizens calling me and thanking me. And we do have some minor hiccups with certain addresses, and we are looking to do our best. But these people, a lot of these people, these citizens who have been working on this, they're not getting paid, and they're spending a lot of time and resources trying to help to get everyone in this county. And that's going to be a huge, huge lift for the county to say that, you know, almost 100% of the citizens in Caroline have internet. So thank you to everyone who was part of that committee and continues to be part of that committee. Kind of want to piggyback off a couple things that Mr. Seeley had mentioned. I do agree 100%. A lot of times I'll get calls from constituents about something that's coming to the Planning Commission and I've never heard about it. So I think a lot of times when people think that you're on the Board of Supervisors, we know everything that's going on in the county, and we don't. And the more information that we can get, even beforehand, I'll let the Planning Commission go through their process, but if something's coming to the Planning Commission, like, we really should know about it. We'll eventually get it, but I think that's an excellent idea for that. One thing I had asked for this earlier in the year, and it finally came out. Each supervisor has on their desk a plaque and with a little gavel. And I thought it would be a good gesture. It's something that when you serve on the George Washington Regional Commission, that you get when you're done being chairman, you get a plaque and so forth, and a little gavel as kind of, hey, you've served. And being a chairman or just being on the Board of Supervisors sometimes can be a really, really difficult task, as seen by the last meeting. And we're all humans. I mean, we are doing the best that we can with the information that's available. And we have our disagreements. You've seen some of the meetings. We have some of our disagreements. But that gets into the second thing about, as Americans, I really, really think that we need to sit down and look at where we are headed, because, you know, to say, oh, I'm a Democrat or a Republican, no, we're American. And it's okay to have different political opinions, but the use of violence and any sort of way to influence policy or political decisions is just not what we should be about. So that's all my comments. And now we'll move on to presentations, amendments to the agenda, I'm sorry. Amendments to the agenda, Mr. Seeley.
I would like to add a letter of support for the Gus House
Okay.
to new, I guess, new business,
Or
or
do you want to put it
or
under?
we
do
could-
you
or
wanna
we
put it-
could
can
just-
put it on consent?
we can put it on consent. That's fine.
Yeah, I think that would be. And
Okay.
can we also do, because I'll be honest with you, I agree with you. Can we also do the other thing with the, just having a brief staff report, putting that on consent too before stuff comes to the meetings? Like,
You may need to have a little discussion
Okay.
about what we're going to get.
okay, all right. So then we will,
I have one also.
yep. Hold on, let me just add that as, I'll add that, Mr. Seeley, as 6A. Okay, so we'll do the reports. And Mrs. Long, did you have something?
Yes, on the consent agenda, I would like to pull,
We're not.
Not
we're
there yet.
We're not there yet. Yeah, we're not there. We're just doing amendments. We're just doing amendments to the agenda. Is there anyone else that, I am
Mr.
going to.
Chairman, I have one.
What's that? Go for
You
it.
want to go ahead?
Go for it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have a discussion tonight about ensuring that all employees return to their office full-time. I know that COVID is ended, and I know we have some offices that we have personnel who are still working under the COVID. I know some people we've told they could work on, but there's offices for employees in the county that are not coming to the office. I want to make sure that we have a discussion tonight, and I'd like to see us give a 30-day notice to have all employees return to their respective offices.
Okay,
For
so we'll do
county
that.
support.
Yeah, we'll do that as 6B.
Yes.
Okay, 6B. One thing that I would like to add, and it'll be under a closed meeting, I would like to add just personnel, a discussion about evaluations of personnel. So that would be a closed meeting. So we'll put that under in closed meeting. So I guess personnel. And do we need to change the closed meeting? Yeah, all right. So we'll write that. So Mr. McKenzie will write that when we go to closed meeting. All right, so we have, it looks like we have 3 different amendments to the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second that the agenda is, yes, is approved as amended. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, we are we are ready for our first presentation and report. Mr. Thomas, I will turn this over to you, but it is a recognition of Mrs. Jessie Rollins for her service to Caroline County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Recently, Mrs. Rollins, who is a resident of the Mattapan District, but definitely a force throughout the whole county of Caroline, retired from her position at the school board, or school staff, excuse me. Almost the same thing. The reality is we on the Board of Supervisors wanted to recognize her not only for her contributions to the school, but for her contributions to the entire county. And I said this at a funeral a while back. I didn't know the actual lady who passed, but I knew the fruits of that lady. Her kids, her grandkids, nieces and nephews. Mrs. Rollins, while she did a wonderful job, and I've known her children all their lives just about. They used to call me Uncle Floyd before they got grown. So it's been a pleasure to watch her entire family grow and improve and do wonderful things in the county. For those of you who don't know, her daughter is Dr. Rollins Fells from the school board, and her other daughter is Joni, is the one responsible for the Juneteenth program. The fruits of her labors have been wonderful for the county. So I wanted to say that first, just to say I really appreciate all you've done, Mrs. Rollins. I'm going to read just a couple of paragraphs from this very long list of accomplishments. If you would like to come down while I start. Whereas on June 1st, 2024, Mrs. Jessie Rollins retired from Caroline County Public Schools after 48 years of dedicated and faithful service. Whereas during her long and impactful career in public education, Mrs. Rollins served as a long-term substitute, as a family and consumer science teacher at Caroline Middle School, and as a Title I Family Engagement Coordinator, a role she held from 1998 until her retirement in June. During her decades of service, she worked tirelessly and passionately to foster relationships, partnerships, sponsorships, and initiatives to support and enhance students' educational experience in Caroline County. And whereas Mrs. Rollins' contributions to Caroline County and her community extend far beyond her work in the public school system, she has served as an adult volunteer for Caroline 4-H, attended the 4-H camp in Front Royal for over 41 years. She served for many years as a poll worker for the voter registrar's office. She supported the Department of Social Services through donations, volunteerism, and has been a fixture at the Caroline County Agricultural Fair with her student entries. In 2020, she was appointed by the Board of Supervisors as ambassador for the census, where her leadership and drive played a vital role in increasing the county's response rate to qualify for more federal and state funding for its citizens. And whereas Mrs. Rollins currently serves as the president of Caroline's Promise and was part of the founding board of directors for the nonprofit organization over 20 years ago, her leadership and long-term presence have helped guide Caroline's Promise through the years as it strives to meet the physical, spiritual, and emotional needs of the youth of Caroline County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby expresses its sincere gratitude and deep appreciation to Mrs. Rollins for her steadfast public service and abiding commitment to Caroline County, which has truly helped make Caroline a better place and impacted the lives of so many citizens. Be it further resolved that the board offers its best wishes to Mrs. Rollins and her family for a well-deserved, happy, and healthy retirement. Thank you.
Wow. Such an honor. I am so humbled. Like, do I know that person you were talking about? Um, for those who know me well, know that this was not an easy decision, but it was a timely one. I'm at Uncle Sam says it's okay, so it's okay. Um, it's been an honor to start my adult life working at Dawn School. I'm the last of the Donners, if you will. I graduated from this building as a Mustang, and it is my honor to retire as a Madison Mustang. And so where I'm at now, I've retired from work, but I've not retired from my community. Got my 4-H club, got met with a church today, got some things in the works. So I appreciate the recognition. I love supporting my community, and I pray that as I continue to work with young people, that seed of serving your community helps you know your community will continue. So thank you.
Thank you. I understand it was a struggle to get you here today, too, but thank you, family. Mrs. Rollins. Come to. Would you guys like to come up? We're going to take a picture of Mrs. Rollins. Come on up. This one. Or you want us to come down to you? Yeah, you come up here. It's a better picture shot.
Don't mess up. Don't mess up.
Don't take more than one. Can't be doing that.
Oh, yeah. I put on a coat for the photo.
We don't allow.
You can push him in the corner, maybe? No. Squeezing. Mr. Salem. He's going in the back. Are you good, Jack? Are the chairs good?
Oh, you want one with her in the pool?
Yeah, that is the end of the dropsy. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Next up on our agenda, we have a presentation of a resolution celebrating the 25th anniversary of Value City Furniture Distribution Center in Caroline County. So I will go ahead and read this. A resolution honoring Value City Furniture's 25 years in Caroline County. Whereas Columbus, Ohio-based Value City Furniture American Signature and Company opened its second distribution center in the summer of 1999 in Caroline County, Virginia, and the Caroline facility made its first store delivery on July 15th, 1999, marking its official opening date. And whereas over the past 25 years, the Caroline County facility has stayed on course with its commitment to be a community leader, generously supporting Caroline County schools, Caroline's Promise, local food banks, law enforcement, first responders, and many other nonprofit organizations in the area. And whereas the Caroline facility currently employs 82 team members, including 6 management, office, warehouse, maintenance workers, and over-the-road drivers. 63% of team members are Caroline County residents, and an estimated 40% attended Caroline County schools. 35% of its team members have been employed for over 10 years, and 7 employees have been at the distribution center since its opening. And whereas Value City Furniture has made it possible for Caroline County citizens that it has hired, trained, and nurtured to earn a solid living, raise families, and provide for their employment security. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby honors the investment and commitment of Value City Furniture to Caroline County and its citizens for the past 25 years and looks forward to a prosperous future and continued partnership for many decades to come. Adopted this day, 16th July 2024. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. And if you would like to say something?
Before you let them speak, I was on the board when we recruited Value City, and it was a tough fight. We had to do some extra things. But part of Value City's, I guess, shining star for the rest of the community is they've been a true corporate citizen. Not only do they provide the tax revenue to the county, but hundreds of jobs and young people have gone through Value City, and it's been a great thing. And as the resolution stated, you've done a lot of things in the community, made a lot of contributions. So thank you very much for all you're doing. You're going to keep doing it because you're not going anywhere. So we appreciate it and look forward to more. Thank you. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Thomas, board members. We have Lorraine Henachek here, who is the Human Resource Manager for Value City, and Lawrence Pleasance, the General Manager of Value City. They're having a celebration all day today. We were happily a part of that with them at 11 o'clock this morning, and they had a great event, and now they have a continuing great business in Caroline County, and they're here tonight.
Thank you very much. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, let me add a couple of things. As we prepared for the celebration, we continue to remember that we are partners in the community. And so we had the high school culinary department cater the event for us. And we also had the high school make our t-shirts, our 25-year t-shirts. So partnership goes both ways, and we have definitely benefited from that. I am a Caroline County girl. My maiden name is Napier, and I'm sure some of you will remember that fondly or otherwise. So, but when Value City came here and hired me, they said, what is the one thing that you think you can do for us as an employer? I said, I'm a Caroline girl, and we're going to go out and hire Caroline people, and we're going to be part of the community, and that has been it since day one. So we appreciate your support, because we wouldn't be here without you originally, right? So I owe you that 25-year pen.
Yes.
So I do. Lawrence, would you like to add anything?
I think you've done it all.
Thank you so much.
Would you like to come up for, we have the resolution, so we'll do a picture of the board. So come on up.
Oh, they got their own speakers over there. Okay, it's a lot, huh?
It looks funny when you get halfway.
Yeah.
Oh, I wrote that off. Thank you. No, that's okay.
Who's what? Oh. Okay, next up on the agenda is we have a presentation from Marlene Joliffe, the Vice President of Operations for Meadow Event Park.
Good evening, Chairman Black and fellow board members. I have just a very brief, kind of high-level summary on our economic impact study and tax impact, and then each of you have a printed copy with all the details, so that way, if you have questions, you can dig through it, and at any time, if there's something in there that you don't quite understand, it took me a while to go through some of it and be sure I understood it, but please feel free to give me a call. So overall, we did this study last year, and I think at an earlier meeting, I gave you some highlights, but we weren't finished, so I hesitated a bit to say too much, but overall, the year-long study looked at activity at the property, and the overall impact was $48.9 million. So all of our activities, including the state fair and all of the events, generated that amount of activity in the way of tax revenue and spending and purchasing of goods and services. So in the region we studied, the 48.9 million was total. In the region that we studied, which was Henrico and Richmond, Caroline County, and Hanover County, the overall was 41.5 million. So about $7 million kind of leaked and goes into maybe a region that's 2 hours away or out of state just because of purchases of goods and services and payments of contracts for entertainers at the state fair. So one thing that I found important is, of course, you all know we sit right on the county line. 38% of the regional impact stayed in Caroline County, and I'm very pleased with that number. 29% was Hanover and 33% in Richmond. So one of the biggest areas that I see that we know that we have a leakage, and that's in hotel motel lodging and the resulting hotel motel tax. So you have in your packet, there are some key slides in the packet. One that I'm sharing tonight, I've actually got two, shows the regional impact and the breakdown on what was the impact in the county and then employment numbers. So I think very often when people drive by the Meadow Event Park, you may see 4 things going on one weekend, and then you might drive by Monday and we're in kind of tear down cleanup mode. But even though the events come and go, what this study proved, and I'm very proud of the numbers, is that the type of venue we operate, the type of events we solicit, what the state fair does as an event really generate a solid business bottom line for the county and the region. And that's something that I think sometimes when people see us quiet, maybe on a day, they don't realize that the engine is still turning, because we may not have an event on one day, but we're certainly in the mode of researching what we need to be doing next year and the year after to keep the events coming to the property. So the other important slide that I really was excited to really dig into and understand was overall tax impact. So we looked at, in the study, one of the key things to understand is we looked at what we spend to operate the Meadow Event Park. We looked at last year, actually, we had a big capital investment in our 6,400 square foot restroom. So we looked at capital expenditures. We looked at what our vendors spend when they come to the Meadow to produce an event. And then we looked at what all of the visitors spend when they come to all of the events at the Meadow. So there were 4 areas, and the total state and local tax impact was basically $3.5 million. we pay, as you all know, there are food and beverage taxes, state taxes, sales taxes, taxes on camping revenue, the transient occupancy tax. So that combined total, I think once we got the study, we got to the end and looked at that. A lot of the visitor spending I also wanted to share with you all, and I need to dig a little further into this. The visitor spending pieces it could be for admissions into the park or into an event in the Farm Bureau Center or to a rodeo. It could be for T-shirts. It could be for a glass of wine. So we looked at the visitor when we asked them, what did you spend? We tried to look at not only what they spent at the Meadow, but also what did you spend on your trip, because you came to the Meadow. And typically it's gas and lodging. So as you dig into the study a little closer, when you have time, you'll see a little more detail on the lodging taxes in particular, some of the food and beverage pieces, and we're looking hard at that to understand where we may need to make some shifts in the future, kind of where the money flow is coming in and coming in from. So I look forward to you all having a chance to review this. It's a very solid study, was done by Chimura Associates, a research company in Richmond. They did a great, thorough, very objective job, and we really looked at about 10 different events, including a concert, the Illuminate Light Show, and then a nice sampling of events in the Farm Bureau Center. The other thing I'll add tonight is we are very much into planning mode for the State Fair, which I'll remind you is September 27th to October 6th. And before this year's State Fair, we are embarking on a project actually starting this week. One of our biggest challenges and risk areas is cables and cords and things on the ground when visitors attend. So we're spending about $150,000 to get all of our Midway partners cables and cords and lots of their back end pieces underground in troughs to make walking around the park during the State Fair a lot easier for our fairgoers. And then we recently finished a meeting trying to look at 2025 and really thinking about our capital projects. And although it's a big one, we're actually embarking on replacing the entire HVAC system on the Farm Bureau Center. It's about 20 years old, and that building drives our business, and we can't be at risk for not having the proper heating or air conditioning if we want to be using that building in the summer. So we're looking at that, and we're also looking at tackling resurfacing all of our parking lots and our roadways, very much aging pavement. And then we're still looking at a maintenance shop, which we haven't had at the facility since inception. So a lot happening. Things are going well this summer, and I'll look forward. I can take questions tonight, but if you would rather wait and have time to kind of dig through the study, happy to answer questions at another time as well.
Thank you. Does any board member have any questions, Mr. Thomas?
I didn't have any questions, but you mentioned hotel and motel revenue, and I think you have a proffer that says you won't have a motel or hotel on site.
Well, I think the proffers for the Meadow Event Park were drafted to exclude a hotel motel. And I also think that in the water agreement with Hanover County, that if there was any major commercial endeavor on our property, that it would have to also go back to Hanover County if it were very different than what we're doing right now.
Okay, I know we've kind of just touched base on a motel on your property, so I think we should probably pursue that and see what other ramifications it causes, since we don't have anything there that would grab those people. But thank you, great presentation, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Long?
Yes, what was the event that's coming up next that you mentioned? I couldn't understand it. what's coming up next?
I mentioned the state fair dates in the fall, September 27th through October 6th.
Okay. I thought there was another one, but I misunderstood. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Seeley?
No, I attend a number of events at the State Fair facility, and I will say that they have been most gracious in helping with events and actually fitting us in to do events. And everything I've been to there has been just really, really well run. And I just want to thank them and congratulate them for their success so far.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, I'd like to just echo Mr. Seeley's comments. Meadowville Park is an excellent venue, and Marlene, I think she's doing an outstanding job, and we certainly
Thank you.
appreciate it. And if there's anything that we can ever do to help make it better, we're willing to come to the table. So thank you very, very much for all you do.
You're very welcome. Thank you all.
We appreciate it. And I think I've told you this before, but it was, I guess it was a couple years ago, but I was at a Darius Rucker concert, and I just sit there and I was like, I cannot believe I'm watching Darius Rucker sing in Caroline County, Virginia, so which was Hootie and the Blowfish. I mean, it's just really, really, really cool that it was something you could see here in Caroline, because usually you're going to, for Darius Rucker, you're going to Charlottesville, you're going to DC, you're going to a bigger venue, and it was really neat to kind of have that right here in Caroline. So that's really, you guys do an excellent job, so thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, on to the consent agenda. We had a presentation scheduled for Dominion Energy about transmission lines that they are looking to build that will be coming through Caroline. They were supposed to do a presentation tonight. The person doing the presentation is ill, so we will schedule that at a later meeting. Consent agenda. Does any have a supervisor have anything?
Yes, I'd like to pull for discussion B.
B? B? Yep. So, all right. B and H. All right. Okay. So we're pulling B and H. Does anyone have any other problems with A, C, D, E, F, G, or I?
And don't forget J, Mr. Chairman,
And
which is the letter of support for the
J.
Gus.
All right. You're right. The J, the letter of support, and J. Yep. Can I get a motion to approve the everything but B and H?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to approve everything but B and H. I have a motion, a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, B, who was Mrs. Long?
That was me. And, I don't think I don't work at this job. I do, but looking at this section, there are 5 public hearings scheduled on the same night. And that to me is not doing the best job we can, because I know we're going to get rushed, we're going to get stressed. It's going to be a lot of material to read. Our board packet's going to be 5 inches thick. I think we just need to cut it down to 3, and I don't care which one it is or which 2 it is, but I personally don't approve of having that many in one meeting. It's not fair to the staff who have to sit here, or to the citizens who want to speak at the public hearings who have to wait and listen through 4 other public hearings. So that is my comment for the board to discuss, or my recommendation.
I think that when we build the agenda for upcoming meetings, we can make sure as staff that we do not have 5 public hearings at any one meeting, because that is completely unrealistic. So if we could spread those over, one of the reasons I heard in this hallway, one of the reasons we did have the July meeting is so that way we could spread this stuff out, but apparently there was nothing ready for tonight. But if we could just make sure that we're spreading these out so we have more time to concentrate on.
And I'd like to see them spread out over more than, some of these are going to be lengthy public hearings.
Right, so we can spread
And
it.
there's no point in being here till, we've been here till 1 o'clock in the morning.
As long
I'd
as-
like to see these spread out even more than just 2 meetings, the 5 of these.
Yep, I will talk to staff and we will, as long as they're within a time frame, we have to have a certain time frame. But yes, we will do our best to make sure that that happens. And I agree with you, Mrs. Long. Is there anything else with that?
No, except I'm not sure how we move on this other than to approve it with the recommendation of spreading the
Yes,
public
yes.
hearings out.
Yep.
Then I would move that we
Yep.
do that.
Okay. And I can have staff, if you can, when we build a meeting, I can communicate with you, Mrs. Long, too, and so forth. So and I can communicate with you guys as far as, we may have to have a couple on a night or something, or they may have to go together. Public meetings sometimes have to be paired together, but we will do everything we can to make sure that we're not overwhelming the board, because I agree, Mr. Seeley, it can get into a very long meeting and then all of a sudden you realize it's 11 o'clock and we haven't taken up our major topic yet.
Some of those are text amendments too.
Yeah,
Right,
but-
yeah, some of them
Given weight.
some of them are smaller. Yep. Okay, and then.
So we're gonna approve this with modifications to the public hearing schedule?
Yeah, we can do that. So, can I get a motion with that?
Wait, Mr.
So, this document that's in the consent agenda, the recommended action is to schedule all 5 of these for the August meeting. So do you want to amend that action to state that the chair will work with staff to select, an appropriate number and schedule others for a later date? Because as I think Mr. Thomas just observed, some of them are the text amendments that are on your agenda for first reading tonight. It may not be as time intensive as some of the other public hearings.
Yeah, 2 of them are printed, kind of,
So,
the text I'm gonna read on the car wash.
Yeah, there's a couple of car washes in here.
Yeah,
I
but
think-
I look at the second and third pages and those could
Yeah.
be hours long, each one of them. And we just get bogged down and I just assumed, until Mrs. Long pulled this off, I had this as one that I was gonna,
Well, I know one of them has been delayed at least.
and
One of the public hearings has been delayed.
well, and one thing I would add, just thinking of the August meeting, I think you've made kind of 2 comments. One, a more global comment about the amount of public hearings you want on any given agenda. And then the more specific issue is the August meeting. And one change while I'm here talking about it, that came out of the General Assembly effective July 1 is a change to the notice statute for public hearings. And we now need to run our first notice not more than 21 days before a meeting, and then have the second one at a later date. So, that can push our deadline to get something to the paper up. So I think that for staff's benefit, we either just need some expedited way to know within the next few days what you want on your August agenda so that we can get that notice to the paper and make sure it's run timely.
My problem is, since we don't have the information to get our board package, text amendments, yes, although they can be a lot of questions on text amendments. Are we setting ourselves up for this or that? It can get that way. But since we don't have the full packets, when we get the schedule, that's really something I feel more comfortable with leaving to the staff. Because if it runs until 11 o'clock, they're the ones that have to get up and go to work the next morning. I'm retired.
well, some of us don't have that luxury. Mr. Black and I both are still,
Yeah.
and Mr. Forehand, but a couple of these could be, one of these I've never ever seen before, and I started getting asked questions and had no idea what it was. And when I brought up the number of acres to somebody, they said, no, that's not right. And then I added it up in here, and it's actually just about that number. So some of these, it's just not fair to us because we haven't seen it, and we're gonna hear this in less than a month. I don't know that we're ready. I don't know that I'm ready to hear this, having zero information today and looking at the amount of information that's going to come with this that we're going to have to read.
So maybe one suggestion I could have is I will during the course of this evening, try to confer with staff and get an updated recommendation to you about anything that needs to go in August, for example, if that's the case. And then before we conclude tonight, we can bring back to you this item with a revised recommendation, or you could just revise this now to say, staff can set the agenda for the August meeting in consultation with the chair.
That
So-
sounds fine with me.
Just so that we don't end up with everything that's here because they say we've got to do that, because this isn't fair to us and everybody that has to come.
No, I mean,
Because
yes,
Mrs. Long is right, we're going to end up with a 5-inch thick board packet.
right.
Sure.
And there's no way that I'm reading, two of these are going to be very lengthy. Probably 3 of these are going to be very lengthy. And I'd like to see those parsed out a little bit so that we have an opportunity to read them and be fair.
Okay, so it sounds like then the correction would be that the action taken is for these to be set and added to the agenda by staff in consultation with the chair, with the proviso that it will not be all of them in August, that they'll be spread out.
Yes, over a period of several meetings.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Does that work?
That works. Can we just say
Yeah, if that's you can
so?
That's-
make that motion.
That's just, we're just giving you direction. I don't think we
Yes.
need a motion to that, do we?
Yeah, I mean, I think staff just needs to know what to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Underwood, you had a question on H.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only comment is that this is a Route 1 project pipeline, but it appears to stop at 207 Rogers Clark. It's supposed to improve the Route 1 corridor all the way down to the Hanover line. I don't see anything below that. And I know there's some intersections there that south of 207 that I have a concern about, ingress egress.
So what you have in your packet is a resolution for the smart scale applications. Those 5 applications will be submitted as part of smart scale. The Route 1 corridor study, which is where those projects came from, does include the entire corridor from Spotsylvania to Hanover. But the study produced those 5 projects that would be eligible for smart scale funding. So that's why you only have 5 projects.
Okay.
Yeah, but the reality is none of these projects are priorities of Caroline. These are VDOT projects.
Well,
Well, that's not
Page
necessarily
Road-
true.
Page
That's
Road-
not
Page
necessarily
Road
true
is-
because
Page
they're all
Road is
safety
fine.
projects.
Aside from Page Road, the other ones are the ones that VDOT said was important.
Well, I
I
have to,
just,
No, that's
Yeah.
not that VDOT said. These are projects where there are safety issues, where the numbers
right.
bear out that there are accidents and near miss accidents. So I don't
Who
think it's fair.
decided this?
Well,
The Transportation Committee
the
with help from VDOT?
The Transportation Committee did review these applications and did agree that these were safety projects that should be undertaken.
Mrs. Long.
VDOT did hold a citizens information meeting at the Lewis and Clark Library, which I attended. They had all the charts up. And this study, I think, to answer your question, Mr. Edward, we all know that they're limited on staff and equipment. So they've looked at one section. While I was there, I did approach both engineers and Kyle and Andrew about also looking at Gatewood Road, because we have a lot of people, and I've been sitting there when a school bus is sitting and cars are zipping by and they're trying to make a left-hand turn. So they're going to go back, they're going to look at that because they're working on intersections close by. But then I think they'll move down to the next section. They want to finish one so they don't have, 10 miles of Route 1 with construction signs on it. That was my impression I got at the meeting.
Right, but I want to be clear, the pipeline study looks at the entire corridor from
Right.
county line to county line. So it is the entire corridor, is what the
that's
pipeline
what
study
it's
looks
supposed to be.
Yes, and that's what it looks at, the entire corridor.
But they want to go ahead and get this grant going so they can start, correct?
So
'Cause this-
Smart Scale is a funding source.
Right,
And
to
these
do
are projects that
Maybe I should come to the
have
meeting.
meet Smart Scale criterion that we can apply for.
Because the sooner we get these intersections fixed, especially Page Road, the sooner we'll stop having residents get hurt.
One of the things with these smart scale applications is there's a formula where you're competing against different localities, and it's how much money you're willing as a locality to put into some of these projects that determine whether you get it or not. So just because we put them in doesn't necessarily guarantee that VDOT's gonna come out and say, hey, we're funding this. So it's a major competition with other localities. The reason why we've done this is in the past, I think we've made a major mistake as a locality is we haven't put projects in, and by at least having these projects on the radar, VDOT now is aware that, hey, look, these projects, Caroline County might be interested in some of these projects for funding them. Because if we just if we put it in year after year, they're going to start to see that this becomes something that is important to us. So that's why other localities were, when you go to George Washington Regional Commission, other localities are doing 5 each, plus they're doing, since they're in the GWRC, they were doing two out of GWRC or 3. So some of like Stafford might have 7 or 8 projects in, and Caroline would have 0. And we don't have, it's not like we don't have transportation needs. So the idea was Mr. Hughes was to, I guess, get some of these projects into VDOT to say, hey, look, we're competing for a certain amount of money here, and we have projects in Caroline that are needed too. So
Correct. And traditionally, projects that come out of pipeline studies have gotten approved with no leverage funding from the locality. So this was our opportunity to potentially get money without the county having to put up any funds. Because if you notice in there, we aren't using any leverage funding for these projects. So there's no county commitment towards any of these projects.
Yeah, I'm not questioning the funding, I'm just questioning the location of projects, that's all. But
And
that's fine.
Mr. Underwood, I think they will finish the study, but the idea is they've finished this much, so let's get this grant in and get that work going as they finish the rest of the study, correct?
That is correct, because we expect the study will be done, here early fall. But the consultant working on the study is going to provide us the necessary information to go in with the applications. That would be the cost estimates as well as the designs that you've seen.
okay. So do we want a motion to? Yeah. So can I just get a motion to approve them?
Motion to approve.
I need a motion second. Motion and a second to approve consent to item H.
Did we do B?
We did. We didn't need, yes, I'll get one to do B too, yes. We don't really need it. Do we need a motion for B?
Are we going to come back to that?
No, we're fine with B. We're fine with B.
Okay.
Yep. So can I get we do have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, we are now it is now 7:10. Would the board be okay with now going to our closed meetings?
We could do.
No, we can't do public comments until 7:30.
But
Public
we
comments
could
have-
do, the Regional Transportation Authority,
If you want to, if we want to do that, that's
number
fine.
3,
That's, all right, so let's go to agenda item, if that's what the board wants to do, is go to agenda item number 3, the Regional Transportation Authority.
it's not that we haven't talked about this in the past because we had a lengthy discussion about this 2 or 3 board meetings ago. And I've talked to a Spotsylvania Board of Supervisors, and I've talked to 2 King George Boards of Supervisors who just see us all being taken to the cleaners with this. At this point, they're going to come in, reach, and we're already paying for Tidewater's transportation use through taxes here, through the whole state's doing that. I just don't see any benefit. I was surprised that our transportation committee thought this was a good idea, because I'm going to tell you, this is going to take money out of here that we're never going to get back.
The last meeting I went to, the GWRC, the information I was given is that Stafford and Spotsylvania, that King George and Spotsylvania have pulled out of this. Therefore, the only 2
Correct.
that are left are Fredericksburg and Stafford, which I understand. They share a river, they're growing right next to one another, and they both are a lot bigger. financially wise than we are. But, so I don't see us really fitting in with this.
Right, I'm in agreement that we should also put a letter in that we don't want to be part of this, because I just don't see it benefits us one bit.
Yeah, if I can make some comments on this is, my concerns with it have been, we're not a member of FAMPO because we're not really, I mean, I guess jurisdictionally, we are bigger than Fredericksburg. As far as population is concerned, Fredericksburg is in FAMPO. So we're not a member of FAMPO yet, and then we're just kind of a non-voting when you show up to the meetings. You can sit there and watch, but you can't, yeah, we're not a non-voting member. And so not being a member of FAMPO, and then the way the voting was working, there's 4 non-elected officials that would be part of this committee.
Yep.
And, you know, if you have 2 jurisdictions, because Stafford and Fredericksburg are in favor of it, and then you have Spotsylvania and you have King George and you have Caroline that would be against it. Well, if those 4 non-voting elected officials are, you know, bureaucrats from Northern Virginia, you know, we would typically, you would go, you know, because we have 2 per jurisdiction, it would be a 6-4 vote against, you know, a project or whatever. Now those 4 bureaucrats can now, you know, you add 4, that would be 8-6 in favor of something, and we would be forced into something. The reality behind it is, if the state, this was very close to us being part of this, Regional Transportation Authority that they have. And the reality behind it is, if the state, it was very, very close to us being forced into it a couple of years ago. And if the state's going to put us in, they're going to put us in. Spotsylvania and King George had the kind of have the mindset that GWRC wanted us to say, well, we're really close to being in it, so I'd rather have set the parameters now. So we can set the parameters of what we want out of the Regional Transportation Authority. And the concern that King George and Spotsylvania had is, if we're against something, but we're setting parameters for if we're included in something, it makes us look like we're included in something, like that we're in favor of it. So we don't want to set parameters when we're not in favor of it, if that makes sense.
Yep.
And so I agree. If we could do a resolution, if the board would be okay with a resolution, if we are forced into this thing, then hopefully the state gives us some sort of leeway as to how it will work. But right now, the only jurisdictions that seem heavily interested in this are Stafford and Fredericksburg. And, you know, I think the other rural localities were concerned, is money going to leave Caroline? Is money going to leave King George? Is money going to leave Spotsylvania and be heading towards projects that are in Fredericksburg and Stafford? And that's a major concern, and that's understandable. And so if we want some sort of vote that will have a resolution, and then we can make that motion.
I make a motion, we send a resolution not in favor of joining the transportation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to send a letter of resolution saying that we are against joining a Regional Transportation Authority at this time. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, we are on to, do you think we can fit in closed meeting?
In 15 minutes?
No, not in 15 minutes. Okay, let's keep on moving. So I'm getting a head shake that is not going to happen. All right, so do we want to go on to the first readings? New business? So let's go on to new business then, number 4. The first reading of an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance of Caroline County related to automatic vehicle wash. Mr. Hughes.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, back in March, we brought to you all a proposed ordinance amendment to the PSC district to include automatic vehicle washes as a by right use. The board said they did not want it to be a by right use and wanted it to be a special exception use. And the board also at that time said that you wanted car washes or vehicle washes to be special exceptions in all districts. As currently, the ordinance reads, vehicle washes are permitted use in the B1 district. And so essentially what we have here tonight is bringing back to you the definition of automated vehicle wash, which is a little different than the vehicle wash definition. This definition provides standards for automated vehicle washes. It makes it clear that they have to be some type of building where there's some type of a car has to pass through with some automated system, that there also has to be an attendant present 24 hours a day. And so it also makes it the other part of this is that the ordinance will be amended so that in the planned shopping center district, there would be by special exception, as well as in the B1 district. So if you don't have any questions, we've essentially done what you have asked by making these uses special exception uses.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. I think I know the answer. I have no problem with car washes, but because I think people use more water trying to wash their car with a hose probably than they do going through the modern car washes. But at what stage do we put in there that they need to filter recycle water, that they have to be water efficient?
So we can make that as part of the definition now. I mean, this is the time if we want to add anything to the ordinance, we would do it now. But most of them now, most of the modern new car washes do recycle their water.
They do, but they're not required to. You know, I like that rule number one, you have to recycle, filter, recycle. So if we get the boards in agreement, I would like to add that to it.
I'm in full agreement. After our water discussion last month,
Yeah, I have a question if we're ready.
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Hughes, you've got number 4 is the site shall be staffed at all times.
Mhm.
There is a car wash on Route 2 in Mayfield that's never staffed. And there's a car wash down at the bottom of the hill, Cosner's Corner, that seems like has staff people just pushing your credit card in. Why the requirement to be staffed?
Because we didn't want them to become nuisance situations. So we felt like if there was a staff on site, then they would prevent them from being nuisance situations. So a lot of times in the unmanned bay type car wash situations, law enforcement can tell you that sometimes those become nuisance. Late at night, they become places for people to congregate and hang out. And so if you have staff on site, the idea is that you would curtail some of that unwanted activity.
You didn't convince me. The one in Mayfield's there. It's it's an urban setting for the most part. I'm not in touch with the Fredericksburg police office to know if it's a hazard. I don't know if the sheriff knows, but I don't. I think that's probably a bit much. Or give the option to be staffed or not staffed. It could depend on where it is.
You're very right. I mean, each one is different. No, there's not a one size fits all.
Okay, so can you say the board may request it to be staffed at all times, or something that makes staffing optional?
We could come up with something. I think the concern with having flexible language like that, we don't want to be arbitrary in how that is applied. So, you may have a car wash in one part of the county that you feel like should be staffed, but you may have one in another part that you feel like that needs staffing. But how do you determine who gets staffing and who doesn't? So there's some room there for some arbitrary application of the ordinance, and we're trying to draft the ordinance so that it's, applied evenly across the board to everyone.
Could it be controlled, Mr. Thomas, do you think, by limiting the hours? So it's not accessible, say, after 10 o'clock or something like that?
Well, it all depends. There used to be, and you probably don't know this, a lot of people don't, but there used to be a car wash bay right in Bowling Green next to the gas station. It's probably 20 years ago, it's probably when it closed. Never had a problem. Never was an issue, never was attended. So that's only my thought. And there have been times when I came home, when I had to commute, from a meeting or whatever, and 9, 10 o'clock, I could just run through the car wash. depending on where I'd been and what had happened. So the being attended is kind of an issue for me, or being staffed. And I think we could probably say that if there are violations occur, then it had to be staffed or something like that. You know, staffing will be required if whatever violations are, you know, discovered,
Okay,
something like that.
sure. Well, I think we can work on that and try to come up with something that may be amenable to allow, if what I hear you saying is you'd like some opportunity for someone to have an automatic wash that does not have to be attended 24 hours. And I think we may be able to come up with some language that can do that.
Mr. Hughes, I will say there is a non-manned car wash in King George over on Route 3 next to the shopping center. Of course, it's near a shopping center, so there's plenty of lights, that type of thing. It is not manned, however, they do have signage up, so if you have an issue, something's broken, whatever, you have someone to call. I only know that because it wouldn't take my little pass card one time, so I called them and said, hey, start my machine. But if I hadn't had that, you know, I would have just been in a dirty car the rest of the day. But maybe that is something you add to conditions too, that there has to be a manager or owner contact number posted at the bays. And of course, we can decide on lighting and that type of thing also during the permitting process.
Mr. Seeley.
Is there any urgency for this? Is there somebody waiting to do this, which is why we're,
So the reason the amendment came about was there's a potential project on 639.
Yes.
So I mean, I wouldn't say
Yes, no, there, yeah. Oh, no, there's no urgency, but there is yes, there is someone who wants to do an application. I'm
there's
pretty
someone
sure.
who's trying to sell up out parcel for a car wash.
Yes. Mr. Underwood?
Well, one thing for sure, Mr. Chairman, we're not reinventing the wheel, so there should be plenty of information out there regarding manned or unmanned car washes and some of the issues, if there are issues. So I would think it should be relatively easy to do a little research and determine what's best for us in a very timely manner.
So what would the board like to send this back to Mr. Hughes for another revision, or?
No, he can make that revision now, and we can do this in September or whenever.
I was gonna say it would solve your issue with the August 13th meeting.
Right.
Excuse me?
It would solve your issue with the August 13th meeting with the number of cases, because these are
Right.
3.
Yeah, we're gonna make
Companion
sure we
cases.
fix that right now.
Yes.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
and bring it back in September.
Yep, we'll bring it back in September.
Put it on the public hearing for September.
Yep. Okay,
All right.
thank you. Do we want to do, we don't. Okay, the board will go ahead and take a break. We will be back in about 10 to 15 minutes for public comments. We are now recessed. We are taking public comments. So public comments, obviously, each board member will have, or each person will have 3 minutes to, what's that? Oh, Pam is not here. But anyone who'd like to come down and speak regarding anything, we don't have any public hearings tonight, so shouldn't have to worry about that, but it's public comment time, so split your name and your voting district, and that's it.
Thank you. All right. Good evening. My name is Megan Upshaw. I'm a resident of the Mattaponi District. Good evening, Chairman Black and members of the board. As library staff work on a new hours proposal for the board, we're asking members of the community for their input. So we have created a 10-minute survey with questions about library hours, like how late would they like the libraries to be open, what weekend hours work best with their schedule. We've also included questions on the reasons why patrons do or do not use the library to try and get a better sense of that. We are encouraging people who don't use the library regularly to also fill out surveys because we need that information to be able to better serve them. The survey is anonymous and can be found in multiple locations. All Caroline Library branches have physical copies, and then we have an electronic version on the library's homepage and Facebook page, as well as the county website. We have shared the survey on numerous community Facebook groups, and I have some copies with me this evening if anyone would like one. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to presenting these results at your next meeting.
Thank you. Do you mind, could you just email those up to us as
Yep.
well? And then we can share them, that survey, a copy of that survey as well?
Yep.
Okay.
Will do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else like to speak?
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board, Kevin Collins, Reedy Church. I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of the broadband for Caroline. I am one of the lucky residents in Western Caroline that has now been hooked up to Verizon high-speed Fios, and it's a game changer. It's really going to provide a lot of benefit to some of the more underserved areas of the county. I see it every day on my way to work, going down 30 to the 301 corridor. They're working at a feverish pace to try and get it in, and I commend everybody on the committees and the board for doing that. It's going to be a great thing for Caroline. Secondly, just to kind of go off some of the statements that were made, I believe during opening comments, the lack of communication and getting word out to the county has changed significantly. Obviously, you guys know with the internet and the Freelance Star and where these public comment or public hearings are advertised has changed. I think Caroline needs to kind of jump into the 21st century. I've looked at other county websites. I know other counties have larger budgets than Caroline, so I made it a point to look at counties that have a similar size population, and they don't seem to have any problem getting their their meeting minutes from the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors on a timely fashion. I go on the Caroline County page and there aren't minutes available from the Board of Supervisors since March of 2023 that residents can go and look at to see what happened at the meetings. I actually had to submit a FOIA request just to get some of these documents so I could actually look and see what the Planning Commission had said and what even the Board of Supervisors had said. I'm still currently waiting on an open FOIA request for Board of Supervisor minutes. It's been months. So again, I don't know where the breakdown is. I've heard the board several times bring this up. I don't know if it's falling between staff or between the commission and the board. It doesn't seem like there's a breakdown there. They're sending the information in their recommendations, but how can residents know what's going on if you guys don't even know what's going on? These things need to be addressed. It's a shame, but you guys can look at it yourselves. Look at the counties surrounding Caroline. They all have their meeting minutes maybe a month, 2 at the most behind, not an entire year or 6 months. So I don't know where the blame is to place, but I think we need to find a solution and figure out how we can bring this to an end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Who else would like to speak? Mr. Tickle, how are you?
Good. I just want to thank you all, Mr. Chairman, supervisors, for your continued support last month with Homeownership Month, and most of you came out to our open house, so very grateful to that. And I just want to again commend you guys for such forward thinking and your heart to make sure the people who live and work in Caroline County have affordable housing. You guys are really a board that other people in the region, in the state, should try to emulate. I just want to say how much I respect each of you, and I know you guys got a lot of competing priorities, but I want to thank you for making affordable workforce housing one of those priorities. So just thank you again. And the homes we're doing now, for those of you who couldn't make it, if you want to come take a tour, they won't be moving in until probably about August 1st or 2nd. So if anybody wants to come take a tour of the homes before they move in, just let me know. I'll be glad to give you a tour. But again, I just want to thank you and thank the staff for all of your support and help as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your good work.
Is there anyone else who would like to make any other comments? Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment? I will close public comments, and we are on to agenda item number 5, which is, we don't have to go to the second part of number 4, do we? Or do we need to pick up where 4 left off? Because,
Well, I wanted to clarify that. And this is just for the record. Yeah, we picked up 4 before.
we did the
we,
first
we
part.
did that. They're all 3 interrelated. So I think the Mr. Hughes presented on 1, 2, and 3. All 3 of those
Okay.
text amendments are dealing.
So
So
we
I want
can-
to clarify for the record that your direction was to bring that back at your September
Okay.
meeting. All 3 of those.
So we're clear on 5 then.
And do you want that back as amended per your discussion for public hearing in September?
Yes.
Okay. Which September meeting, your first or your second?
We can just, let's do the one that's, let's do the first, the board, we're okay with the first one? The first September meeting? Yeah, we'll do the first September meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Then that's numbers 4 and 5
Yep.
from the agenda
Okay.
dealt with.
All right, let's go on to agenda item number 6, discussion of possible changes to chapter 77 and 124 of the Code of Caroline County to deter violations and property maintenance code zoning ordinance, of the violation of the property maintenance and zoning ordinance.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It's my pleasure to be before you this evening. Staff is bringing forward for discussion the possible amendment of Chapter 77 and 124 of the Caroline County Code with the intent of deterring violations. The board requested staff to investigate the possible implementation of civil penalties as a mean of deterring violations and obtaining compliance. Chapter 77 includes the codes for property maintenance, which cover issues involving nuisances, trash or garbage, grass and weeds, inoperable vehicles, and hazardous buildings. Chapter 124 is the county zoning ordinance, which is stated of having a purpose of promoting the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. Zoning violations can include issues such as setback encroachments, non-permitted uses, and non-compliance with rezoning proffers or special exception conditions, just to name a few. Currently, under the property maintenance codes, the county can abate, raise, or remove a public nuisance and bring action against the responsible party to recover the necessary cost incurred. For trash, garbage, and other substances, expenses to remove such matter can be collected as taxes are collected, and a lien can be placed on the property as outlined in Article 3. In Article 4 of Chapter 77, violations for grass, weeds, or other growth can also be collected as taxes, and a lien can be placed on the property. And in Article 5 of Chapter 77, a lien can also be placed on property for violations involving inoperable vehicles. Unlike the previous property maintenance codes, which are enforced by the administrator, hazardous buildings are enforced by the county building official in conjunction with the Uniform Statewide Building Code. It is staff's position that Article 6 of Chapter 77 is sufficient as currently adopted and will not require any updates. With regards to violations of the zoning ordinance, the zoning administrator may take legal action to ensure enforcement and to prevent violations of the zoning ordinance. Article 17 authorizes the zoning administrator to initiate abatement and necessary injunctive proceedings in circuit court pursuant to Virginia Code 15.2-2286A4. The Board of Supervisors may also bring enforcement actions pursuant to Virginia Code 15.2-2208. Article 20 of the zoning ordinance currently permits criminal enforcement of zoning violations, with each offense constituting a misdemeanor, with a maximum $250 fine levied upon conviction in court. In our current enforcement process for all violations, a courtesy letter is first sent to the property owner identifying the violation and seeking compliance. For property maintenance violations, if the violation is not abated, an official notice is sent to the property owner with a prescribed time frame for compliance. If the violation is not abated, the county sends out an RFP in order to hire a contractor to remove the violation. The cost to do this work is placed as a lien on the property. The county's ability to recover this cost is not guaranteed, as it could take months or even years and is often dependent upon transactions or transfers of ownership. With zoning violations, it is the county's practice currently, after the courtesy letter is sent, to send a notice of violation and then to send a final notice of violation with an opportunity for abatement after each of those notices. This practice extends the time and delays abatement. If the violation is not abated, the case is then forwarded to the county attorney to initiate criminal proceedings, which can take several months or more before they occur. Criminal proceedings can also require intensive resources, as the prosecution will likely involve an attorney and related expenses, as well as a high burden of proof. Besides the criminal action outlined above or on the screen, enforcement by the zoning administrator is currently authorized by the zoning ordinance, and the Code of Virginia is limited to actions brought in circuit court. These actions are also resource intensive because they must be brought in circuit court with higher evidentiary standards than general district court and requirement for written filings. Virginia Code 15.2-901, 902, and 904 allows the governing body of any locality to utilize civil penalties as a method to address property maintenance violations. Likewise, Virginia Code 15.2-2209 allows any locality to adopt an ordinance which establishes a uniform schedule of civil penalties for violations of specified provisions of the zoning ordinance. Some advantages of adopting civil penalties could include offsetting the cost of zoning enforcement, the fact that summonses may be issued by the zoning administrator and are not labor intensive. Statutory provision provides a simple process for the violator to waive trial and pay penalty, which can negate the need for an attorney altogether in the enforcement process. If the summons goes to trial, trial occurs in general district court, with a lower evidentiary standard and less onerous pleading requirements, as well as a reduced burden of proof. The General District Court can also order abatement of the zoning violation if it is still uncorrected, which relieves the county of the need to file an abatement action in circuit court. And then lastly, abatement of the violation is required within 6 months of the date of admission of liability, which is a waiver of trial and payment of penalty, or findings of liability, which is post-trial in General District Court. So as for what the enforcement process may look like with civil penalties, both property maintenance violations and zoning violations could potentially follow a similar or identical path to abatement and compliance. Instead of sending a courtesy letter, which is the current practice, a notice of violation would be sent to the property owner upon identifying a violation. If the violation is not abated, a summons with a fine would be issued. The violator could forego court proceedings and pay the penalty. The county could ultimately utilize an on-call contractor to abate a violation, and the cost would be attached to the property to be collected as taxes are collected. This slide is intended to just give a general picture and is not definitive of the process that would be in place under civil penalties. Staff would need to work with the county attorney's office to establish and refine an enforcement process that utilizes civil penalties. So should the board elect to implement civil penalties, there would need to be some input from the board on aspects of the process, such as what fine amounts would the board be comfortable with? How fast should abatement occur? In other words, should the violation progress immediately from a summons to abatement, or should fines increase in increments before the county pursues abatement? Staff would also note that escalating fines could involve sending additional notices to the violator, which can delay abatement. Another question for developing civil penalties: is the board comfortable with some level of cost recovery of staff time? And then, is the board comfortable with hiring on-call contractors to abate violations? So this is going to conclude staff's presentation at this time. I will be happy to address questions you might have.
Questions from the board? Mr. Underwood will start.
Thank you. So if I'm correct, I get a notice and I have 6 months to abate the violation. Is that what was in Article 20?
No, that reference to the 6 months pertains to, let me find that point, the court action.
So you give me a notice that I'm in violation. Let's say I got too many junk cars in my yard. All right. What's the time frame that I have to take care of this matter before I go to the next step?
So currently, inoperable vehicles would come under the property maintenance code, and there's not an identified or specified time frame in the code. So I believe it's practice of the code enforcement officer to identify a time frame. Typically, I believe it's like 15 to 20 days.
What about property maintenance in terms of overgrown weeds?
Similar
Similar.
in that the code doesn't specify a certain time frame after receiving a notice.
Then I noticed after I've been assessed a $250 fine under Article 20. Then it says each day after I could be fined, the last sentence of the Article 20. Explain that to me, what you mean that you're going to assess me the $250 fine, but I don't see the time frame, so you're going to come back tomorrow if I don't take care of it and say,
So the statement in the code that currently reads, each day upon which such violation continues shall constitute a separate offense. Is that the language we're referencing?
What confuses me is there's not a time frame on the maintenance, but then you say on the Article 20 that you're going to assess me, once you assess me the 250 fine for that day, then you can come back tomorrow and you can do it again. So it seems like there's some inconsistency between if I'm reading this right, and maybe I'm not interpreting this correctly. So I need some clarification there.
With zoning violations, my understanding, zoning violations are always given a 30-day period to abate the violations. The property maintenance violations are discretionary.
Is that an arbitrary number? Is that written that the violator is given 30 days to take care of abate the issue?
I do not believe it's in the code, so I believe it is been policy or practice of the county to allow 30 days.
Is it a policy? Is it a practice? Is it an ordinance? Is it written? Is it arbitrary?
It's not written in the code.
So it's arbitrary. As far as I'm concerned, if it's not written, then it's left to interpretation. Am I correct or am I incorrect?
That would be correct.
So that should not be that wouldn't be a good position for a person to be in, not knowing what time frame and when I'm going to be issued an additional summons if I don't meet the first requirement. So I think that should be crystal clear that the person understands, and there's no room for interpretation.
Mr. Wood, let me clarify. So in terms of the zoning violation, it is clear, it's 30 days, and that is prescribed, that's been the.
But is it written?
It is written, but in terms of property maintenance, the other issue where you talked about the discretion is because for property maintenance, the level of the violations vary. So you may have a violator that has 60 inoperable vehicles on their property. You wouldn't necessarily want to give them 10 days to correct that level of violation, whereas as opposed to someone has 2 vehicles on their property, they could correct a lot quicker. So that's where the code does allow that discretion in terms of how that abatement is adjudicated. So,
but I'd like to see some movement. I'd like to see them treated equally in terms of saying that the recommendation, the remedy is the same.
So,
and then if we need to, because of the severity of the issue, if we need to extend you an additional period of time, then that's where I think we should be able to make an amendment for that person or an adjustment. But I think, again, the remedy for what we're asking should be the same.
I don't disagree with you at all. And the only point I'm trying to make is that they're kind of 2 different paths here. So,
right.
So there's a property maintenance path, which is adjudicated through the property maintenance code. And then there's a zoning path, which is adjudicated through the zoning code. So if you noticed that's why on the slide that there were 2 separate enforcement tracks.
Correct. Because one on the left, one on the right. Yeah.
Correct. So I think for the one on the right with the zoning, you're correct. That would be extremely uniform in terms of how it would be adjudicated and addressed. The one on the left, like I said, the level of violation, the code provides for that discretion so you can address that. Because one of the things that we want to be clear on is, let's say on the property maintenance side, if there was a hazardous building, we wouldn't want to go and just raise a dilapidated building without going through the process and having the courts to intervene so to provide the county some cover there when we go and take down the building. Because we don't want to be in a position of taking down someone's personal property and then they come back and try to sue us for whatever reason because they said it wasn't, there's a disagreement.
I understand.
So I think it's, just remember from on the one side, it is very uniform. It would be very uniform. If we went to the civil penalties as it's prescribed there, we'd issue a notice of violation. We would inspect if they had not abated the violation. We would issue the penalty.
But processes and procedures should not be left to interpretation. There should be definitive guidelines so that people can make the right decision. There's a decision-making process that if A happens, then B happens. So that's what I want to make sure that people are able to understand, that there is a process in place. You follow the process, and if there's extenuating circumstances, then we determine what those extenuating circumstances are, and we determine the time.
Correct. And I guess my question is, when you say we, who is the we? Are you saying?
The county.
Correct. And that's essentially what that process does. It lays out the process, and then that only discretion is there as to the level of the violation.
Okay. I just want to make clear, I just want clarification.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Seeley?
We've been writing property violations for Mr. Thomas as long as I've been here, as long as you've been here. And how many have we ever really seen resolution to? Well, I had a few that just continued and continued and continued and continued and we write letter after letter after letter and nothing happens.
We do have several repeat violators for different violations.
And we never get to court. And I guess that's my frustration, is we've got to get from the violation to court. And that step seems to, if somebody voluntarily takes care of it, that's great. If they don't, we just continue to write them letters. And I want to know, as we're sitting here from staff, how do we get from you writing a letter to our attorney taking them to court? Because I've had too many that the letters just, we've sent them a ream of paper, and we started when stamps cost 43 cents and now they're 74 cents. And we're spending a lot of money sending somebody a letter that they don't even, doesn't mean anything. So tell me how I get from a violation to court. And without 2 years of letter writing.
I can add a little bit, and I'm sure staff has some more to say on that, but since you're talking about court, I wanted to say something. So I think part of tonight is to give you another option. So as of right now, for better or worse, when I do go to court, I haven't been actually recently, we haven't had anything, but fairly routinely we'll get, planning staff will have sent NOVs, nobody answers, the time for appeal expires, and I have to go to court and get the circuit court to issue an injunction that says fix it. And we don't do that maybe more than a handful of times a year, if that. But it is time intensive, and it takes we're subject to the court schedule. And I think primarily what this process was another alternative, not instead of court. If you have a big problem or you have a repeat offender that needs a court order from a judge, that's still available. That's the circuit court process that you just heard about. But what's being proposed is another tool in the toolbox, which is civil penalties, which you can issue faster, that you don't have to go to circuit court for, and that can deal with some of this repeat offender as far as an increasing fine for to remedy an issue. If that doesn't work, and you still need to go to circuit court, or you need to go the misdemeanor route if it's over $5,000, those are still there. But I think what's being proposed is adopting a uniform schedule of civil penalties, which the county doesn't currently have, to give us a faster route to address some of these issues, in lieu of circuit court. But circuit court remains an option. It just can take a while to get you an outcome.
What we lack are good, solid examples. And there have got to be, how many violations do we currently have at the county? numbers wise, just,
I only have information on the number of violations the office has processed over the last year. And according to our records, it was 172 violations. That includes everything, zoning and property maintenance.
how many of those are still open?
I don't have that information with me.
Because what we need to work from is solid examples of what isn't getting solved and what we need to do, because we have all brought issues. We've all talked about amongst ourselves, I took this one and I had this one sent. And, you know, we all have to make individual calls. I can think of a couple that are still out there that aren't resolved, that I'm going to have to wait for another situation to step it up to say, okay, here's damage, now what? But I think we need to take what the calls, what we've had, what's been solved, what hasn't been solved. I mean, the broad categories are fine, but I think they need to be more specific and recommendations on how they should be handled, because we all have, I mean, Mr. Black had one for the longest time. I mean, he even went to the General Assembly to try to solve it and couldn't. So, you know, talking in generalities, we all have a pretty firm grasp of what the issues are. What we don't have a firm grasp on is, okay, what are we and staff going to do about these? And what's the process going to be for that? And how do we then enforce it so that our attorneys go, and you can't go to court with that because that's in a rural preservation, that's not a violation, which we've heard on a couple of things. Let me just say this. Somebody brings in illegal dirt and starts dumping it. We find out about it. What's the process? Let's just start there.
So can we take a step back? Because I think I want to address your question about, or your comment about getting to the issue. So one of the policy questions that we raised tonight was, is the board interested in hiring on-call contractors to abate the issues? So it's extremely frustrating for us as staff to have to deal with repeat offenders.
Well, that's why I'm giving you the example of illegal dumping dirt. It's coming in and somebody reports it. What happens? Or stumps. Let's go with, because we've all had stump complaints.
Sure. So in that instance, under a civil penalties process, the way we've kind of outlined it here tonight is we would notice them of the violation, give them a time to abate. If it was not abated, we would issue the fine. And then if it was not abated at that point, we would, if we had an on-call contractor, then we could have them go and take care of it. And then that cost is passed on to the offender as part of their tax lien or part of their taxes, and then they would have to pay that fine along with their taxes. So the specific way to get to the ultimate abatement, what you want to get to is having a on-call contractor to take care of it.
Let's take the illegal stumps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what's the violation?
You could have, I guess in the ordinance, it would be a illegal dumping facility. It'd be an illegal dump. And so, and when you say dirt, now you step over into the ENS code. And so that's a little bit different. But you take any violation, the tall grass, you know, the nuisance, the tall grass.
In rural preservation.
We can establish, even in any of our districts, where it's a violation. The code allows us to say, no matter where you are, let's say we say 15 inches. If we set up an ordinance that says you can't have your grass more than 15 inches, regardless of the zoning district, you could do that. Then you could say, okay, John Q. citizen, you cannot, your grass is taller than 15 inches. Here's your notice of violation. Please correct it by next week. You don't correct it by next week, we issue you the fine, and then we go call our on-call contractor to abate the situation, and then that cost is passed on to the taxpayer. So that is the ultimate fastest way to adjudicate what you want. And that, what we heard repeatedly from you all is that's what you wanted, is you wanted the ability to go out and correct the violations as quickly as possible. That, through this process, that like Brad said, it eliminates necessarily going to court. It does not remove that option, but it's still there. But it gives us a path forward to correct violations and pass that cost along to the violator. So that was one of the policy questions that we asked tonight. Is the board willing for us to send out an RFP, get the necessary contractors in place so that when we need to abate a situation, we don't have to spend a lot of time doing an RFP. They're already in place, and we take care of it.
Mr. If I may for a second, Mr. Hughes, I thought we, in the budget, didn't we hire code enforcement people? Haven't we done that?
We hired a.
So I guess my question is, I mean, why would we go out and hire, we put in the budget, we want code enforcement people. And then now we're talking about going out and getting a third-party contractor. Like, why would I do both? I thought it was gonna be
The
like.
code
I think
enforcement
they have
person does
different
not.
jobs.
Yeah, exactly. The code enforcement person is not the person to abate the
Okay.
violation. The code enforcement person is the person to go out and identify
Okay.
the violation and see it. The abatement we're talking about is someone to cut the grass, someone to clean up the trash, someone to
Okay,
move the
all right, I
cars.
got you. Okay.
That's the difference. And so in our current system, it is a very labor-intensive and slow process, as we talked about. You're exactly right, Mr. So these things continue. Adopting the civil penalties, like Chris said, gives us another tool in the toolbox to get there a lot faster to where you want to be.
I'd
Correcting the
like to take
violations.
my request would be, let's take the ones that weren't solved. And let's look at what those are. And let's take those through some sort of a tabletop process of what we would do.
Well, we told you tonight what we do is we send them a letter, and then they either abate or they don't. We send them another letter. Then if they don't abate, we take out a warrant, they go to court. Regardless of what type of violation it is, the process is the same right now as it's prescribed in our ordinance. It doesn't matter what the violation is, the process is the same right now. So that's what we're saying. This alternative that we're proposing would just give us the ability to expedite abatement.
Mrs. Long?
Going back to getting people to go in and fix the problem, right? And then they have to pay for that, which would solve the person with 15-inch grass that can't get it cut because they don't have a mower, you know? And instead of it just getting worse, this person would go in, cut it, and they would pay their fine and they would pay for that, or we'd take them to court, correct?
No, it would be attached to their tax bill.
It would be a tax lien.
Correct.
Okay. Now, contracting with people to do these different things, how does that work? Do they get paid just as if I was hiring them to cut my grass, or do we pay them monthly, a holding fee? I need to know more about that.
We would pay them as they would, well, that's what we'd have to work out. We would have to work out potentially a flat fee. It could be per violation. So that's one of the details, that we have to decide when we put together the RFP of, okay, we're going to contract with John Q. Contractor, and this is what we're asking for. We're asking for you to be on call to do abatements for these types of violations at a flat rate of, whatever per number per year. However we think it works out, the best. And that's one of the things, there are jurisdictions around the Commonwealth that do this. And so we need to investigate the best method for paying them, because we don't necessarily want to say, we're just going to pay you on an annual basis and they don't do anything and then they get a check for nothing. So I think we'd have to set up a system where, we would decide, okay, maybe it's an escalating fee schedule. Like I said, that's one of the things we need to investigate.
And I think that's what I need more information on, because I think a lot of these fines keep going. Of course, you're always going to have that person that just doesn't want to do what they're asked to do because it's theirs. So if they want to let it sit there and rust away, they can. But we don't have any way to correct that because not everybody has a tow truck in their backyard, or a dump truck, or a mower. So, or a trailer to get it to wherever it needs to go. I think I need more information on what we're looking at budget-wise. I don't know if maybe you could call a couple of people you're thinking about and see what they would be looking at. If they're going to do it by the hour, by the distance, or whatever. But that would keep us from these things lingering. And also, eventually, when that property it sells, or, the lien's going to be there, or if they're not paying their taxes, they're going to be behind on their taxes, and that's going to be a mess too. There you have your punishment without having to take people out of the office all the time. So if you could get us some more information on what we're looking at budget-wise,
Yes.
I'd like to move, when we have more information on tightening this up. Because I think a lot of people just don't have a way to fix it. So you'd be solving their problem also.
So Ms. Long, we agree completely with what you just said. And so tonight, what we're looking for is some just direction as what your comfort level is so that we can draft the ordinance in accordance with your comfort level. And so when we come back with the ordinance, we will have the details ironed out in terms of what it will cost, what the budget implications are going forward. Tonight, we're looking for guidance in terms of what your comfort levels are with having an on-call contractor, with having do you want to have an escalation of fees? Do you want that first letter to be the notice, letter of violation, and then the second letter is, okay, you didn't abate, so now you have a fine and we're moving forward, and it's $100? Or do you want it to be, okay, we've since you a violation, we came out and inspected, you still haven't inspected, or you still haven't abated, and so now, since we've come out the second time you haven't abated, do you want the fine to escalate? So that's what we want to get from you all tonight, some direction on your comfort level of where you want to be. If you go the one violation, fine, abate, that's the most expeditious way to get through the process. Does the board want to go inspect or notice, fine, come back, not abated, and then additional fine for the escalation? Because the Code of Virginia allows you to do that. It allows you to set, it caps the first penalty at $200, and then it allows you to go up to $500. So your first notice could be,
Fine.
200, and then your next could be 300 or 400, or it could be your first is 200, and your next is, we're going to abate, and now you have your fine plus the cost of the abatement.
And the problem is, I understand what you're saying, but there's not going to be one thing that's going to fit all situations. Because there are going to be some situations that come in that are a dangerous situation, and we can't wait 90 days or 120 days for somebody to decide they want to get it done. So how about you work on a couple of things and see what you can come up with, because I can't do it sitting in one meeting. However, I do think having contractors that can solve the problem helps both the county and the landowner. But I'm not going to say that I'm for that until I know what it's going to cost us, because we've eventually got to get that money back, but we might not get it back until they sell the property in 20 years.
Well, so under the current system, that's the problem. If you go to civil penalties and attach it to their taxes, you'll get it back when they pay their taxes. And if they don't pay their taxes, there are additional consequences. So you can't get your tags for your cars, for instance. There are a number of other issues where people are going to typically pay their taxes. So that expedites the county recovering their dollars as well. Placing the lien on the property puts us in the situation of not being able to recoup it immediately or with some relatively quickness.
Mr. Hughes, is it possible for you to come up with different, like I think Mrs. Long was saying she's not ready. Is it possible to come up with different scenarios? Scenario A, this is what the board could do. Scenario B, this is what the board could do based on what Mr. Seeley was saying, like stumps or what's that? Yeah. And then the other thing too, I was going to say is also, there's got to be other jurisdictions besides us that are doing this.
Mm-hmm.
So Mr. Underwood said earlier, not reinventing the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's look at what other jurisdictions are doing that works. And I'm sure other jurisdictions have a handle on this. And if you could give us examples of what they're doing, so that way we could kind of have a kind of cafeteria style of what we want, I would be appreciated. Mr. Thomas.
Yes, Mr. Hughes and Mr. McKenzie, I want to thank you for finally getting us back to the board with some sort of action plan. because we've been trying to do this for at least 10 years, if not longer. And my original concern and original reason I asked to do this was for repeat offenders. You know, we had I think we probably share a particular offender who, you know, does things like connect a propane tank inside, which is an obvious violation. And then he'll do some other things and add on, which is a different violation. That's really what I was trying to capture and make sure we took care of those. My lawnmower breaks down. I'm waiting for a part. It takes 2 weeks. I can't cut my grass. That's not really a concern. When the house is abandoned, Mr. Seeley's got one on Milford and Elliott that's been abandoned for I don't know how many years. The grass grows up on there. That's in the town. I don't know if the town cuts it. The town cuts it. You know, there's some other ones on Milford Street that are the same way, that they're abandoned basically, and that's what we need to be going after. Now, I had another one in the Mattaponi district where there's a gentleman renting a house. He had 10 abandoned cars there. Kevin Whiteman went over, told him, you know, we were going to chase him away. He moved the cars. 2 weeks later, he had 5 abandoned cars there. You know, those are the ones that we're really trying to go after, because they're basically repeat offenders who are messing up the entire neighborhood. So those, and I never wanted to find somebody the first time. You know, I was all for, okay, fix this. If you don't fix it in that time, then we charge you for what we're doing, or then we fine you. So that's the, you know, staff direction that I'm providing. And I think those examples are obvious examples of the things we deal with every day. And I don't think yours has ever been solved, because it's not. And, you know, like I said, we've got some others, but the good thing was the guy with the cars moved out of the county. So I don't have that, but those are the ones we're really trying to take care of. And Mrs. Long, we did have some big ones in Milford. We actually tore a building down in Milford. We did a serious spring cleaning a couple years ago and tore some buildings down and had some folks fix their sites. We still need to do something with Black Chevrolet, which is another story. But those are the repeat offenders we need to take care of.
Okay. So what I'm hearing from the board then is you would support escalating fines. Okay. And then are you also in support of establishing the on-call contractors to abate?
We got those up here.
If you could give us, some examples of that, you know, the cost, yes,
Cost, yeah.
I would be in favor of it. I mean, if someone's got 10 cars on their property and they're not moving them, then we've got issues.
Okay.
Yes.
And the reason I'm asking for the specific direction is because that's going to determine what I bring back to you. I don't want to bring back the kitchen sink. I want to bring back things that are specific to what you guys want to accomplish. Because there are a number of jurisdictions that do this differently. And so it may require us to pull from a little bit from everybody who's doing this. So we want to address the concerns that you have. And that's why I'm asking for these more specific directions. So I hear escalating fines. I hear establishment of a potential on-call contractors if the price is right. And then the last thing is, you know, establishing a process for cost recovery, you know, because there's staff time associated with this. And so, you know, the time our code enforcement officer spends, you know, going through this process, you know, there's a fee associated with it. There's a cost to that. And so
Maybe you should put that in a violation letter.
No, that's what I'm saying. We can do that, and then
Yeah.
it gets recouped. And so if the board is okay with that cost recovery,
Right.
then we can bring that back to you as well.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Very good.
All right, so we are now to 6A. What was that? The planning.
No,
commission.
A is,
6A is the yes.
I mean, you know, 6A, this 6A, we took care of the Gus House on the consent. 6A is, we're having stuff that goes to planning that we never see.
Right.
My first indication is I get a phone call, what's going on? I don't have any idea. So by the time we find out, sometimes we're reading about it in the planning commission minutes, and it's been around for, somebody says, well, it's been around for 4 months. And I don't have any idea. And I've got a letter now. Here's my best example today. There is a letter, and it's on Panola Road, and it's a adjoining zoning. They got a letter from the planning office July 8th. So whatever letter you sent out July 8th that went to folks on the Panola Road up near the railroad tracks on the 207 side. I don't even know what that is.
So it's not a rezoning. So what that is about a potential comp plan amendment for the MCD.
So wait a minute. Do you know about the comp plan amendment, Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
How come I don't?
It's in the Mattaponi district.
So what? It's still in the county of
I mean,
Caroline.
I'm just telling you why I know about it. I don't know why you don't know about it.
And I have no clue, and I've got people now asking me, because I got to go to work, and I see people that I work with, and I have no clue what this is, or why we're doing it, or how long it's been around. So there's got to be a mechanism to tell all of us on the board what this is. 'Cause
I think there's
this
a
is the
couple of cases
fourth time in 3 months.
Okay, but I think,
I mean, you should have told them to call me.
right.
But you should also get an idea of what's going on. Maybe the planning commission agenda should go to you. But something in my district that I'm aware of should have been addressed by me to that constituent. I don't know who that is, but.
I think one thing that we could do that would be solve this pretty easily, and maybe I'm wrong, but is we have something in our board packet, like when we get a board packet, it's in the pipeline.
I understand that, yeah.
So when we know that someone has made an application to the county that's going to go to the planning commission, if we have an in the pipeline thing. Now, I know we have in our board packet what's going to be taken up or something like that. But if we have something that's in the pipeline, that's a paragraph or two, just a general, someone's trying to do this, a special exception.
I've been sending, when I get special exceptions, rezoning requests per district, I send it to all of you. I don't even send it to the district. I send it to everybody when I get it from Lisa. So Lisa sends me that. But we also do a update to the planning commission monthly of things that are pre-application. We can send that to you as well.
Yes.
So that if somebody says, well, they've heard about something at the planning commission, you would at least know what's aware of it before it's a formal application. But when I get that stuff, I do send, I mean, you're bound to have seen that. I send it out in an email. There's something in Mattaponi district, because that's the way they break it to me. It's Mattaponi, it's rural district, whatever. But I don't just send it to one. I type in Board of Supervisors. I get all of you, forward that right on. And so that you all know. But comp plan amendment's not something that I have gotten, so I have not been able to send you that. But we will, from now on, send you what we send the planning commission monthly of everything that's going on in the pipeline of any kind of application.
But that's not a comp plan amendment he's talking about.
Yeah, that's the only thing, yeah.
But if it could also, if it could also be put in our board packets, that would be helpful too.
That's fine.
I mean, just something that's a brief here we don't need a huge write-up on it. But yeah, I mean, it would just
What he
be,
sends to the planning commission, we will send to you.
right.
I'll put it in
See,
the board packet.
but that's, and I've had this issue with myself for a while. Do I want to know everything that's going to the planning commission, or do I want to wait until it gets to board and look at it finally?
No,
I'm just asking that as a question among the board.
Here's the dilemma with it coming to us after planning commission. We get it sometimes, so we get it 4 days before it goes to public hearing. That's not sufficient. We don't see any of this stuff. I read blurbs tonight. I have no idea what those things are that was in front of planning. No clue what those mean. That is not helpful, but that's on the agenda And I'm not going to see anything more than that until 4 days before the board meeting, and everything's done, and we have no clue what it is. And that's not fair to any of us, even if it's in your district.
But see now, all the agendas are on the county website. And I occasionally will read the planning commission agendas because I know something's coming there. And is it gonna help you if you get the planning commission agenda and you'll know what's going on?
I want to know what's going to the planning commission when it's going to the planning commission, so that when I get questions as it's rolling forward,
So that's from the agenda. You want to start with the agenda from the planning commission?
I want to start with whatever the planning commission's getting for what's coming to them. And it should come in the board packet so that I'm looking at it every time, because I'll read this thing cover to cover.
So the report that we send to the commission, it outlines where cases are in the process. So it tells you when it was filed, tells you who the applicant is, tells you where it is, tells you what it is, and then it gives you an update on its anticipated date at a planning commission. So it will have all of that information in it. It takes care of all the public hearing cases. It takes care of the site plan, the public hearing cases. And we also have one for the pre-apps. And I believe you guys are all on the pre-app distribution as well. So, you know, we send that to you so that if you have an inclination, and we welcome you to come to pre-applications if you would like. So we send that to you so you'll know what cases are going to be at the pre-app. And that's before they're even filed for a rezoning or a special exception or even a site plan. They go through the pre-application process. So we try to include you on that notification as well.
But is there a possibility that we could be prejudiced in our opinions based on what happens at the planning commission?
What you're going to do is force us to go to the planning commission for some of these, because the only way we're going to hear some of this stuff is to go to the planning commission or watch it online.
Yeah. But I mean, if you know, there are comments made at the planning commission hearing that we would normally not be exposed to that may sway us one way or another. Is that a good thing?
It's not a court hearing. I mean, all of that is public information, so I don't know why.
Well, when you get the minutes, it says one person spoke against it or two people spoke
Yeah, but I can
for
go
it.
pull up the planning commission meeting and watch it on video if I want, but I don't even know that it's there.
It is.
I don't even know that I should have watched that until it shows up in the board packet, which isn't right. It's just like, if this is a comp plan amendment, I don't know anything about it.
But I mean, did you see my point? What I'm saying?
I don't think that it prejudices us either way. I think what it does is it gives us an opportunity to be a lot more informed than giving us 4 days to read something, which isn't right. I'd like to see what's going to the planning commission, what's in the pipeline.
We're going to put that out.
Yep.
We'll get that to y'all.
Thank you.
That's
I
not a problem.
appreciate it.
We've already-
Yep. All right, so that's just a consensus. We don't need a motion on that. All right, and then the other one we had was 6B, which was Mr. Underwood. You had a situation where you want the social services employees to return to the office.
Yeah, I think we did this because of COVID, and now I think all employees, all those employees need to return back to their office and be available for services for the community.
Okay.
So I'd like to see the board give a timeline of expectation for all employees to be back in their offices.
Anyone have any questions? I guess since this is new to us tonight, I don't know how many social services workers are still working from home. I just don't know that. I mean, or do we have any county employees that are not social services that are still working from home?
Yeah, that was excuse me, Mr. Black, for interrupting, but I called Mr. Cully to say, do we have a at-home policy, a remote policy, if that is still happening? If people are still working from home, then I think we probably should have some policy, just so everybody knows what they can do and what we expect them not to do. But that's just another thought that I had on this issue.
I guess the other
We,
question to bring
we
up,
only had remote during that summer of 20, where we sent some departments, half of the employees, and some was, the treasurer's office did not want to do it, but she acquiesced and sent some of them home to keep them in case COVID got in the department. We didn't want everybody in there to get it at one time. And the same thing in public works and public utilities, we put people at home, but that was pretty strict, and they were given written instructions that they had to be at home. We didn't want them shopping, we didn't want them out where they might get COVID, because we were really worried, if you can remember all the way back to 20, how worried everybody was of the contagious of COVID. So you had to be at home. You could cut your grass and hang around your house, but you couldn't be out away from home. You were being paid to be home. A lot of them weren't working from home because they were grounds crew or, worked in a sewer plant. They didn't have anything they could do at home. Social services was a different animal. The state set that up, and they were allowed to take their laptops home and work from home and do their work, their applications and their processing, and pretty much went virtual for a right long period. Since then, the agencies around us and probably others in the state are allowing, 2 to 3 days a week on a set schedule to work from home if you're qualified to do the work. And if you're not getting your applications done in a timely manner or things aren't being done, then you're brought back into the office. And so that is kind of the standard that our social services is operating on, along with King George, Spotsy, Stafford, and the city of Fredericksburg. But if the board so desires to dictate that back, but that's the only department that has work from home as a standard thing.
is this something that we could get research from, other localities? What they're doing? Because Mr. Cully said,
I know those. I don't know Hanover. I don't know
other localities,
Henrico. I don't know any.
what's going on? So we can see the pros and cons to it. If other localities, my only concern, plain devil's advocate here, my only concern is if someone is working from home and they're doing their job, and then we say, hey, you got to come back into the office, and they can do their job and Spotsy for a better pay and still work from home, how are we going to retain them, especially if they're a good employee?
We always go if. The reality of it is, we've hired these people to come to the office to do their job. We made exceptions because of COVID. That was the only reason. COVID is no longer in existence. Most state policies have all of their employees back in the office. And it's
not what he just said.
It does not make.
Well, the state has, but local agencies are still having that. But state has mandated most state employees back.
Yes. Okay. So I'm saying, we can dilly-dally around with this if we want. That's up to you guys. I'm just saying it's time to nip it in the bud, put people back in the office and be accountable, and that's what we hired them to do. If they choose to go elsewhere, then they go elsewhere.
So how would Mrs. Sneed, do you have any, can you come down to the podium for a sec? So can you talk to me a little bit about your policy and?
Sure. I did submit a lot of information, including the telework policies of the agencies that Mr. Cully just referred to regarding their telework policies, and then discussed ours as well. So it's similar to the other localities in the planning district. We allow 2 to 3 days of telework based on the unit that you're in, because we define it by the tasks that you do. Some of our employees have tasks that require them to be in the office, answering the phone, seeing clients. The benefits unit specifically, their jobs don't necessarily require a physical presence. They have to do their work. It's easily monitored, but it is possible to do it all remotely. Our current policy is that each unit can define how their telework occurs based on the staff's ability and what the needs are of the clients and the work at the time. So currently in our admin unit, which are the people who are up front screening applications, processing mail, greeting clients, answering the phones, we have 3 full-time staff members that are frontline, plus a supervisor, and then 1 part-time. Everyone is in the office on Wednesdays, completely, everyone's there. And then we allow 1 member of the unit to be able to telework the other days of the week. So 1 person out of the 3.5 can be out to fully focus on processing the applications that are in the inbox through our online state system. In the services unit, we do allow for a team A, team B approach. We have 8 workers, so there'd be 4 in one day and 4 in the next. However, a lot of our service workers elect to be in the office most days of the week. We had one recently who chose to be in the office every single day. And there's also the policy that if there is a need because of incoming child protective services, adult protective services, anything that requires an immediate response, everyone is expected to be able to report to the office within an hour, because that's the same requirement we have of staff when they are on call for child protective services after hours. And then in the benefits unit, teleworking is not permitted for staff that is new until they are capable of independently working and authorizing their cases. And then after that, there's currently a team A, team B approach where you may be able to telework 2 to 3 days a week.
Okay. Board members, any questions, Mr. Thomas? Mrs. Long?
Well, I have a question. I'll answer it. So if they can do their work from home, why can't they do it from their office? If it's,
They can.
is it benefiting the employees? Is it benefiting the community? Is it, if they're not there, who's it benefiting?
The expectation of them processing their cases and doing their work is that they meet all state processing timelines, that their work is accurate, and that they are not receiving complaints, that they are doing appropriate customer service. With the rules that we have as far as when you contact your client, you can be in the office or you could be working from home, and those same standards apply. And those that do their work well can easily do it in one setting or the other. No one suffers or benefits. It's a flexible policy that we have that is a benefit that allows us to retain and sometimes attract employees who, as Mr. Cully said, could easily work elsewhere.
Then they should go elsewhere.
And work
That's where they should
for more
go.
money.
If they can't meet the needs of the job, then they should go elsewhere. See, this crap about, if you don't do this for me, I'm going to leave, then you need to leave. You accept the job for what it is. This is my position, Mr. Chairman. You accept the job for what it is. The job is in the office, unless there's extenuating circumstances. Right now, there are none. We've been over backwards, and this needs to be reeled in, and everybody held to the same standard. And right now, it's not that way. And we can say about expectations, the standard is the standard. That's my position.
Mr. Seelig?
You know, we had a breakdown of our VPN in the actual federal system. So everybody had to go back and is basically back to work because they couldn't remote log in anymore securely. So that solved everybody. I mean, we're all back. I mean, there's not even office space for everybody. Everybody's back. So that's just what's happened. So we listened to it and there weren't a lot of choices.
Mrs. Long?
The main concern I have with people are you not having almost a full staff, at least in the office, is the walk-in help, people on the phone. You know, more than one phone can ring at a time. If you have a certain number of people working from home, then you don't have the front face people that come in to greet them or to call people that are on the phone or to answer questions on the phone. I mean, I've sat on the phone and listened to the required recording, which I don't know why the state makes you play that whole long thing. It's about 5 minutes long, I think. But, you know, then you got to hit your code and you've got to get to your person. And then sometimes you get another recording. And I'm wondering if there weren't more people in the office, if the phone would be answered and the personal communication be a little stronger. But maybe they don't work like that. Maybe only a certain 2 people in the office answer the phone. How is it
If
set
I may
up?
say that the admin team, only one staff member can telework at a time. So otherwise, there's 3.5, 3 full-time, 1 part-time admin staff. And there's also the supervisor of that unit.
What about
So,
your other departments? Are they set up the same way where only one person is home and
no,
telemark?
they're different, but they are not the ones answering the phone for the general calls that come in. That's why we do require that more of the admin staff be in, because we do need more people than in another unit. However, again, there's typically more than half of the unit in the services unit and the benefits unit to allow for the ability to respond to clients' needs as they appear. You know, now as far as calling in and someone doesn't get to the phone, there's 2 people already on the phone. There's someone helping someone at the front desk. Sometimes our phone does go to voicemail. So it's not perfect, but it is, we do insist that the majority of the admin staff be in the office.
So you have different people that do different things.
Yes.
But if your phone rings and everybody else is busy, the other people don't pick it up and help. It's just the ones that are up front that do phone.
It's the admin staff, the main line, if it's a general call coming in and it's coming into, you know, the receptionist, it's coming in, just someone is waiting to speak to a person to be directed, then that rings throughout the admin unit and anyone there can pick it up. If you're in the services unit or in benefits unit, you don't even hear the phone ringing. It's not set up that way.
Okay, thank you.
So how would the board like to proceed with this?
Oh, could I ask her one question?
Sure, Mr. Thomas.
Ms.
Yes.
Need, the people that are teleworking, are they actually going to visit clients? Or are they just basically working from home?
It varies. If they have an appointment, they may go from home, but typically they don't. Typically they come into the office. And again, that's why my services workers, who are the only ones that have appointments where they have face-to-face contact, they're typically in the office 3 days a week, some more often. And when they do telework, they know that they're on call so that if we have situations that need to be attended to immediately, they have to be there, and they do that. So it is possible that a service worker could attend an appointment from a telework day. But it depends on if they need an agency car because they've got to go transport a client or not.
They wouldn't normally schedule face-to-face meetings during their telework days, though.
Or they would come to work those days. Yeah. So it's flexible. It's not, there's very little set in, I'm going to telework this day and this day all the time. That doesn't happen because they respond to the needs as they arise.
Okay. Now, you're fully staffed right now, or you're down a couple of people?
We, at the moment, there are 2 positions that are not filled. However, one will be filled the middle of next month. It's a service position, and that's when the person can start because they have to finish their degree. And then we do have 1 vacancy of a benefits worker.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so now how would the board like to move on this?
I'd like to make a motion that we give social services 30 days to have all employees back to the offices full-time.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, nays? All right, so a division in the House. So, Mr. Thomas?
I just wanted to ask a question. When we say they're all going back, they still have the ability to do telework one day or whenever they have to, based on what the director says? Or they have to show up at the office all the time?
They have to show up to the office all the time.
Okay. I vote nay.
I vote nay as well. Mrs. Long? Sure.
I think there has to be a limit if this does not pass on how much they stay at home, because I'm concerned, how do you monitor who's where and how many days they're putting in the office and how many days they're at home?
Each supervisor is aware of each worker's schedule, and it has to be agreed upon, has to be certain that, for example, in the services unit, there has to be a certain amount of coverage and certain duties have to be done. The way that we monitor everyone's work is through all the measures that we bring to you on the Social Services Board. We look at the data systems on, if not a weekly, a daily basis of, for example, in the benefits unit, we're looking at the pending point in time of the applications of how they're being processed. And we're looking at a variety of other reports to tell us where we are in compliance with the state targets for timeliness. Cases are reviewed by the supervisor and also by the lead worker in the benefits unit for accuracy. We meet our processing timelines most of the time. You've seen those stats. For June, we were at 100%. In the services unit, we have our critical outcomes scorecard, where we look at those measures from the different service cases as far as timeliness of making contact with victim children in child protective services, making sure that we are completing our foster care visits on a timely basis, making sure that documentation is entered in our online system regarding court hearings, visits, service plans. All these things are monitored on a regular basis. Whether you're in the office or teleworking, we have many measures in place and are able to do this.
And how many days are you in the office every day?
Not every day, but pretty close to it. I've been there almost every morning. And then most afternoons lately, I have been as well. I will base my schedule on what I'm doing. If I have a meeting, I will be out at that meeting. I have meetings in Fredericksburg. I have meetings in Hanover. But I'm there more than I was in teleworking. And when COVID was in, I know that we had a discussion about this at a staff meeting to say we needed to be aware of each other's schedules. We need to know each other's availability. And we need to not make assumptions about each other's schedules.
I mean, we were in the middle of a
We're in the
vote.
middle of the
We're in the
motion,
middle of a
vote
vote.
is
So, I
stop.
mean, the vote is, so we had, the vote was to whether to bring them back to work or not, and we had division in the House. Mr. Thomas and I voted nay.
I'm going to abstain because I serve on the Social Services Board.
Okay, so we have, all right.
I vote aye.
I vote aye.
So, Mr. Let there. Yeah, we got 5 and a tie, yeah. We normally have 6 and people want to know about ties. Now we have 5 and a tie.
Can we bring this up at our next meeting?
Yeah, that's what I think it has to go the 30 days, right? So let's just have this on the agenda for the next meeting.
That'll give me time to talk to the Social Services
Yep,
Board
okay.
members.
All right. So it'll be on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I need a motion to go into, informational and calendar items. That's right. Yep. Informational and calendar items. Yep. Yep.
We've included update of status, capital projects as always. And of course, probably by next month, we'll have some new projects for the 25. These are all 24 projects. Really don't have anything left in July of anything. Our next meeting is the 13th and National Night Out is August the 6th. Some of those start at like 5:30, 6 o'clock. I don't know that we know yet what time the various areas are going to have their National Night Out. I don't know whether the sheriff. Wonderful. The sheriff will send us a list so everybody will know where those are and what the times are. So there was really only things on the calendar for the rest of summer.
Okay. Can I get a closing? You want to do closing board comments now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Sheriff, did we do a National Night Out in Milford? I thought there was talk about them starting one in Milford. I didn't know if we did. Not yet. Not yet? Okay. Well, thank you for all you do and the staff for National Night Out. Chief Loftus, same to you. Thank you very much because fire trucks are all over. My real closing board comment was Mrs. Hall sent all of the board a letter from the Department of Interior. We all know that AP Hill acquired 77,000 acres of the county, and they periodically give us what's called payment in lieu of taxes. It is extremely important that all the citizens of Caroline County know that we got $161 instead of taxes from that 77,000 acres. $161. And I don't think we got anything last year or the year before. So when we talk about how valuable AP Hill is to us, we need to make sure the federal government reciprocates. And that has nothing to do with the administration, whatever party it is. It's been the same for the last 25 years. I remember getting 69,000 one year, but that was a long time ago. So that's my closing board comment. Thank you for the $161. I'm not sure how we'll be able to spend that windfall, but we'll do our best.
Mrs. Long,
I have nothing.
Mr. Seeley,
I have none.
Mr. Underwood. I have one. I just wanted to thank the sheriff's office for something that they helped me out with. I really appreciate that. So thank you guys. And Mr. Sadler was on the case, so I appreciate it. So thank you much. And I will take a motion to go into here comes the lawyer.
No. Well, when we amended the agenda, you added something to closed.
Yes.
And I've updated the prepared closed meeting motion, and I tried my darndest to write it legibly, but that still might not have been successful. So if you'd like,
Why don't you read it for me?
I can read it
Thank
and
you.
you can, okay. So the motion is for the board to convene in closed meeting pursuant to the following: the consultation with legal counsel and contract exemptions of sections 2.2-3711A8 and A29 of the Code of Virginia, for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding a revenue sharing agreement for property located in the Port Royal District, and a performance agreement relating to a potential VBRSP grant from the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, where discussion of the foregoing in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiation strategy of the county, and the prospective business exemption of section 2.2-3711A5 of the Code of Virginia to discuss a prospective business or industry in or around the Reedy Church District about which no previous announcement has been made, and the litigation exemption of section 2.2-3711A7 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney regarding specific legal matters associated with actual and probable litigation, where such consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the litigating posture of the county. And this is the new one: the personnel exemption of section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia to discuss employee evaluations. And
Do you have a second?
I need a
You're
second.
going to move it. You can't second it.
Is that
You gotta
your
make-
motion, Mrs. Long?
Yes, that is my motion.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor to go in closed session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are now in closed session. Have a
There you go.
Can I motion to reconvene?
I make a motion, we come out of closed session.
I have a
Second?
motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I need a motion to.
I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify that to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully accepted from the opening meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion conveying the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Thomas, did you so certify that everything that was discussed in closed session was discussed in closed session?
I
Rolling.
so certify.
Mrs. Long,
I so certify.
Mr. Seeley,
I so certify.
Mr. Underwood, and I so
Miss-
certify.
Mr. Chair, I move that this meeting be adjourned.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We are adjourned.
Thank you. Good
Have a
job.
gr-